ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello dear chess friends, welcome to Batumi. We have the World Youth Championship here under 8, 10, 12 open section and the girls section with 750, about 750 players in it from 69 different countries. The games will start soon, and we also shortly start broadcasting the games. I'm Valerian Gaprindashvili, Grandmaster Valerian Gaprindashvili, and I will be with you for the next 11 days. So as we see here, the players are ready. Soon the games will be in progress, and I will be back with you for the games there. See you soon.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello, dear chess friends. Welcome to Batumi. We have the World Youth Championship here, under 8, 10, and 12 open, and the girls section. We have more than the 750 players here from 69 different countries. My name is Valery Gaprindashvili. I'm a grandmaster, and we will start broadcasting the games shortly. We have a very nice atmosphere in the playing hall there. The games already has started, and I would like now to go to the games as they are almost ready to review. So here we have the section girls under 8. We have a player Diao Sujia against the Fung Livia. So as you see, they just start playing. We have the openings here. So let's go to the next games where we have more moves done. On the second board we have Giorgo Biani Lili against the Sivanand Bodhana. Here we also have the opening with d4, d5, c4, c6, c takes d5. The position seems like equal for now. I'll try to do the quick review for all of the games. Maybe somewhere is happening something interesting in the opening. So the next board we have here is Veselov Zoe against the Gorechka Laura. Here we have the Sicilian defense. Also nothing important happening. On the next board we have handler Felicitas against the Milner Romi. That's quite interesting thing happened with the bishop d6. It will be interesting to see how it was move by move. So e4, e5, knight c6, bishop b5 goes to the Spanish defense. Knight f6, knight c3, and bishop d6. Okay, it's kind of wrong move, of course. So maybe the black did that by mistake, by accident, the bishop on d6. Usually the bishop goes on c5, of course, here, like this. So it's interesting what's going to happen later. So d3, h6, bishop e3. Okay, let's go to the next game. Here we have Charvi against Iminova, where the black does not appear yet. And the next board we have Isakhanian Nare against Arun Ria. Let's see how it was until this. Okay, d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, e3, and bishop f5. Bishop d3, kind of the queen's gambit, so trading the bishops there, and c3. Okay, now I will try to review another sections. Let's take a look at the open section under 8. Here on the first board we have Vedrika Svitis against Johria Kushal. Already 13 moves done. So let's take a look. E4, C5. So we have the Sicilian defense here. E5, knight B5, D6. Take, take. Knight B8, C4. Okay. Seems like whites are slightly better. Nothing dangerous for black, but as a development is better for white. They have one more piece better developed than the black, so it is kind of slightly better for white, but of course the whole fight is ahead. Let's go to the next board, where we have Larry Mark against Arush Batula. So let's take a look how it was going on. So the Spanish again we have with D3, C3 line. Okay, the black played a little bit passive with bishop D7, bishop E7. It's not the best that the black can do. Knight F1. So the knight goes, I believe, on E3 or G3 later to control D5 and the F5 squares. Let's go to the next board, where we have Khaled Al-Jamaat against Shogziev Roman, if I am pronouncing that last name correctly. So let's take a look from the beginning how it was there. Again, the Sicilian we're having here with the long castle, and the whites are trying to start attack on the king side. On the same time, blacks are doing their plans and game on the queen side. I think it's going to be the interesting game, quite interesting game. We will be back to that soon. Let's go to the next board, where we have Anapuredi Reinesh against Koyonoglu Omer. A very interesting start here. Also we have with the Queen's Gambit, Bishop F4, and then F3 later, the G4. Interesting, quite interesting. As we see in the open section, we have quite interesting games, more interesting than the girls section. Okay, I hope that the girls games will be also very interesting, later at least, but the openings in the open section are quite exciting for now. So let's go to under tangles. Here on the first board we have Lee Iris against Grigalashvili Mariam. Okay, it was a French defense with exchanging line on E4. Okay, whites are slightly better, but against nothing so dangerous for black. As I already told you, I'm looking for something special that could happen in the openings on the first round. So I'm doing just quick review of the games, just to take a look what's going on there. Here we have the Sicilian defense between Sabirbekova Ijan and Basari Senemgul. So this is just a theoretical line, and all fight will be ahead here. So let's go to the next one, where we have Fang Arabella against Maliush Alisa. So it seems like they are spending quite much time on the opening, or somebody was late, as only 4 moves are done in the Russian pattern of defense. The position is very close to equal. Then we have Hikmatharova Mohinur against Venskaya Nika. Knight G4, yes, of course, Knight G4 is a very interesting move. That was the last move from black. Let's see how the white gonna react on that. Let's go to the next one, where we have Mirzahani Bahar against Gair Sofia. Here we have the French defense with the E5 line, where it's a theoretical thing, and also will be everything will be interesting and decisive happening later. So let's go to the one more board, where we have Torun Selin against Artamanova Juliana. The white started with the c4 that the black answered with the c6. Also, we have quite few moves done already. Okay, now I will try to go to the open section under 10. Here we have on the first board, we have Bediovkin against Mendes. So we see here the theoretical line of Catalan defense. Nothing special is happening yet. Let's go to the next board where we have Smirnov Mark against Mamikonian Artyom. Here we have the Caro-Kann, also the theoretical line. Seems like white should be slightly better. Next one. Here we have Ritesh Madukuri against Liu Patrick. Taking on f6. Interesting what happened here in the game, that the black captured on f6 with the pawn. So it was on the move number 5 already. White captured on f6, black captured with the e pawn. Okay, it's possible to take on f6 with the g pawn also. So for example, like this. And then later, for example, on knight c3, it's possible even to play f5. Then the queen develops on b6, bishop on g7. But what happened in the game is also possible, of course, taking with the e pawn and developing the bishop like this. The only problem later could be that the black has to be on time to push f5 to open up the g7 bishop. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Golis Victor against the Bundan Edward. The French defense again, and the whites are trying to be active with the g4 move. That's quite nice. Let's see how they're gonna continue with that. Scandinavian defense. Here we have Scandinavian defense between Amanov Assad and Absatar Alisher. Knight g5 was last move. I'm not sure about knight g5 at all. I'm not sure about knight g5 at all. Maybe even queen d2 or h3 was more interesting. Let's go to the next one. Here we have Gyo Ethan against Suleimanov Ashab, where we have the Italian defense. The Italian defense, okay, nothing special happening in this game also. One more game from this section and I'll try to go to next section. Here we have Queen's Gambit with the bishop g5 on the third move. Also nothing special happening for now. Let's go to the section of under 12 girls. Here we have on the first board Margad Mukhpurev, it has to be correct like that, Margad Mukhpurev against Preobrazhenskaya Diana. Here we have the Sicilian defense, but a very strange one. I don't know why the pawn is on g3 and the long castle on the board, so let's take a look how it was there. e4, c5, knight f3, so Sicilian defense, as I told you. a6 line, bishop e3, e5, knight b3, queen d2, bishop e7, castle, knight g4 and g3. g3 is a quite strange move. Also, it was I think it was better to play bishop e2 or even f3 to don't give to the opponent knight g4 move, as that dark square bishop that the white has on e3 is a quite important guy in the game, so it is better to keep that bishop on the board than to exchange it on the knight. So in the game was long castle, knight g4, Diana reacts correctly, and after g3 she can take that bishop anytime. Let's go to the next board. Board number 2. Here we have Ismailova Hanim against the Sordia Martha. We have the English defense here, if I'm correct. Yes, that's so. c4, e5. And with the e4, g6. Okay, what to say about this position? It's just the beginning, everything gonna happen later. Let's go to the next board where we have Shimanskaya Tatiana against Kaliahmet Elnas. Quite interesting position. Let's take a look how it was from the beginning. E4, C5, knight F3, E6, C4 line in the Paulsen system, bishop B4, queen D3, D5. D5, very brave decision. If it works, so usually it's happening like that. We know that in Sicilian defense, if d5 works for black, it means that they are at least equalizing the position. So it is very interesting it works here or not. So white takes on d5, black takes on d5. So it seems it's working actually. Why not? Why not? Because nothing dangerous I can see here for black. Let's go to the next game. Quite much moves done between Aravind Akshan Sahana against Semyonova Vasilisa with the black. Here we had the Queen's Gambit with the Carlsbad structure. So the position is slightly better for white, we could say like that. So as we see, we have quite solid games from the beginning. There is nothing unusual happening. Mostly we have some surprises in the openings from the beginning, but here as we see everything is going quite smoothly and quiet, and the players are concentrated well, and they are not doing something some special and unusual things from the beginning. We have a lot of games which follows with the theoretical lines. Okay, let's go to the next game where we have Kovashvili Tekla against Geladze Kesaria. Okay, I just want to mention that those two goals are both from Georgia. So, of course, this game will be taken with a high attention from Georgians. So the position is just an opening with a theoretical line again and mostly equal. Let's go to the next game. Oh, wow, that's quite interesting. So it has to be the Mora Gambit in Sicilian, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look. Yes, we have here Yusefian Maedeh against Silva Juliana Figuera, where it was e4, c5, d4, yes, as I told you, Mora Gambit, c3, take, d6, bishop c4, knight f6. It's not the best move, I'll tell you straightly. So that pawn sacrificing is of course quite interesting thing, and if somebody plays Sicilian with black, he has to be ready on that line, because if you don't know this line, it could be quite dangerous to play for black, as it happened in this game. e5. Dear chess friends, as you see now, black could not capture on e5 because of bishop f7. And the blacks are losing the queen, right? Bishop f7 is a check, and after all of this, white will be just queen up. They'll be queen up, so that's why black were forced to play knight d7. And after knight d7, I don't think that the position for black is good, because white has a lot of options here, starting with e6. They also can just capture on d6, and I'm just curious to see this move, if it will be interesting what's going on after bishop f7, king takes f7 and e6 check. I'm not sure about that, but it is at least interesting for sure. So, because if the king goes now on e8, then I can just capture there. And the king is losing the castle, and it has to stay in the center. That's already good for white. The same will be if the king goes on g8, and if king captures this, then I have the check from d5, king f6, maybe another check like this, king g6, and I'm sure I can play even knight f3. So I am pieced down here with white, but with dancing black king on the board. which is not safe at all. Okay, at least I have a compensation. It's very interesting what Youssef Yanmadeh will decide to play. So as I see in the game, white played e6. Okay, so black has to capture on e6. I think it's gonna be like that, and white captures on e6. Of course, there is a compensation for the pawn here. Okay, let's go to the next board, where we have Ratnaike Dulin Mahemalny against Goryachkina Oksana. It is very nice to see this last name here, Goryachkina. As we know, she is one of the famous chess player from Russia. And here we have Goryachkina Oksana. So of course this is another girl. She plays under 12, and let's see. Maybe she gonna be one of the best in the world also, coming out from her last name. So what she has now on the board, the position is almost equal. It was the Caracan defense, so nothing special happening here. Let's go to the next board. I'll try to review more games under 12 girl section and open section. So, very interesting beginning between Garcia Rodriguez Laya against Mateva Yana, where we have e4, a6 opening. That's very nice. Okay, about a6, b5, I can tell you shortly. The previous generation, I think, remembers very well that one of the famous grandmasters in the world, Anthony Miles, was a big lover of this defense. He was doing like this against Karpov quite much and doing good results. Okay, obviously, of course, it has to be advantage for white, but only in case the white gonna do everything correctly, of course. But very interesting defense for the first game with the black playing a6. Nice decision. Let's see what's gonna be there later. So a3 is not necessary. a3 is not necessary for now. It can it will be better to play d4 with white. I hope so. But okay, white decided to play a3, and after bishop b7, also very strange decision, bishop g2, which will not be the best. I hope so. Okay, best, I'm not talking that it's like a blunder or miscalculation. I'm just talking about to get the advantage with white from the beginning, that I'm totally sure that g3 will not do that way. Let's go to the next board, where we have Enhuanga Gansolmon against Shubhi Gupta. So what we have here is the Queen's Gambit with g3. So let's take a look how it was from the beginning. It was d4, d5, and g3 system, which goes to Catalan. Yes, that's correct. Accepted Catalan. Okay, that's also the theoretical line, absolutely theoretical, where the theory says that the position is almost equal. Okay, maybe with a slightly better chances for white. Let's go to the next one, where we have Negre Emili against Danielian Lilia. Nothing special is happening here also. The position could be slightly better for white. The next board here we have Zarko Anastasia against Merkulova Victoria, where we have also nothing special happening. Oh, now I go to the open section. That's only section left that we have to review. On the first board, here we have Uskov Artyom against Torosyan Volodya. Let's see what's going on here. Here we have the Sicilian defense. with a very active position for white. I think here whites are actually better. They are better as they are better developed, more active. The black's king is in the center for now, but it's not like definitely advantage for white, but it's better. It's better to play this position with white. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Marine Moy with white and Movahed Sina with black. So the position is in the opening. We have the Sicilian defense, quite common position, nothing special yet. Let's go to the next one where we have Mamedov Edgar against Stichter, that's right, Stichter Konstantin Paul, where we have Queen's Gambit again with the Carlsbad structure on the board, where white could be slightly better, but still nothing special and unusual is there. On the next board we have Tolmashev's Romance against Dotzer Lucas. The last move was h4. I'm not sure how much necessary is it, as the black king is still in the center and nobody knows which way it goes, I mean where it castles. Still nothing special on this board. Let's go to the next one where we have Ahmad Khagan against Arakelian Manuel. Also the theoretical position. As I told you a couple minutes ago, we have quite much theoretical things happening already on the first round. And not unusual things we saw here. Next is Kabinazar playing against Delger Dalai. Here we have the position very similar to the French defense, but as I see here, they got this position from Sicilian. Here black does not have any problems from the opening. So the position is very close to equal. Still nothing special happening. I'm kind of surprised that we did not find anything special from the beginning in the openings. So this is the last section we have to review in the beginning part, in the opening part, and we did not see anything like pay our attention much on that. Here we have quite interesting position. I actually don't know how they get that, so let's take a look. So it was c4, okay, knight f6. Oh, just a second. So it was c4, knight f6, and after e6 white played e4 and black played e5. That's nice. Knight f3, knight c6. Yes, what to say? Because of the space, white has slightly better position. Let's go to the next one, where we have Janusan against Ray Martinez. So we have Sicilian defense here with the c3 line. The position is problem-free for black here. There is nothing dangerous there. Everything is quite okay for black, but still nothing special happening. So I'll move to the next game, hoping and wondering that I will find something that pays our high attention, and there will be no theoretical line. Here we are. What did we have here? Let's take a look. That's Nurgaliev Sawat against Verasekara Dishal. As I remember, this player is from Sri Lanka and Nurgaliev is from Kazakhstan. Let's take a look how it was from the beginning. So e4, c6, knight f. Okay, Karakan with knight f3, knight c3 line. Okay, g4, bishop b5. So as you see, white decided to be quite active from the beginning. Knight c6, knight e5. Okay, very interesting position. I think this is the only game we saw where one of the sides are very active, and here Mr. Nurgaliev is quite active, trying to attack the black. So it's very interesting what will be next. So the last move from white was queen f3, attacking the d5 pawn. e6, the black support that weakness. Okay, it's not a weakness, but the pawn was hanging on d5. Now it's very interesting if the white could use the fact that f7 pawn is also kind of hanging. The bishop on g6 is supporting that pawn. But what about maybe h4? Maybe even h4 will be interesting. Okay. It will be the interesting game that I can see from the beginning. And the last board we can review here in the open section under 12. We have Stanfeld Tomer against Bissell Hussein. Where we also see that there is nothing too special happening, but it is a kind of advantage for white, we can say like that, because they are well developed and they already start the attack on the queen side. The only thing that now comes to my head is b5. So what was the last move? What was the last move? Was rook c1. So I was saying that the whites are better, and suddenly we have b5 move here, which forks queen and the knight on the same time. I don't see anything against that more than queen a5, but maybe that queen a5 will be enough to solve all problems connected to b5. Yes, my friend, queen a5, my friends, queen a5 seems like okay, totally okay for white, and in this case also the c6 pawn will be very weak, so b5 is not a blunder, definitely. After b5 it will be just simple queen a5 played there, and the whites are not losing anything. Okay, now I'll try to start from the beginning. I'll go to the under 8 section, girls and boys. I will start with the girls. So on the first board we have a lot of moves done on the board. So until we review the other games, other sections, here on the first board, Diao Sujia is already winning against Fong Livia, as she's queen up. The whites are queen up. It's interesting how it happened. So when we review that, that was this position, and only 10 minutes, 15 minutes passed, and we already have the end of the game there. So let's see what happened. White won the pawn, and later they won the queen somewhere. It's interesting where here, yes, blunder on e7, blunder on e7. Fong Livia, you have to be careful sometimes with the checks and captures, as it happened today in the game on e7. Let's go to the next game. Next game we have Georgobiani Lili against Sivanandan Bodhana. The position seems very close, not to equal, but to draw. The game can, oh, queen d2. Queen d2, I don't think that queen d2 is the best move. Of course, it was much better to take away the queen from the open file, that the black could not attack it with the rook with the tempo, and put it on b3. If I'm not wrong, we see exactly this pair now in our camera, where the white is Georgobiani Lili. Yes. So I just want to remind you, dear chess friends and our viewers, that we are with 15 minutes delay from the games. So it could be another position. They are actually on the board already. But for now, I was talking about getting the queen away from the open file, that the black could not attack it with tempo. So yes, queen b3, and then later white could easily play rook ac1 or rook ad1, and the position is very close to draw. Instead of that, white played queen d2, black attacked that queen with the tempo. I think it was better with the black to attack that queen with the e-rook. Yeah, because the rook on e8 is not doing much. There is nothing to do with the rook on e8. Nobody is attacking e4 pawn that we could say that the black rook is supporting the pawn. So it was better to play with the e-rook on d8, and another rook from a8 goes to c8. That's gonna be much better for black. Okay, let's go to the next game, where we have Veselov Zoe against Gorechka Laura. Knight g4, nice. The first reaction is that nice. After knight g4, seems like whites are losing the material, because the bishop is hanging. The bishop was protecting the d4 knight. That was protecting the d4 knight. And if the bishop moves, here you are, you can see now on the camera how Gorechka Laura played knight g4. It's very nice to see, thanks to our producers and operators that gives us the chance to see that game on our cameras. This is how you see how Miss Laura is standing. She is not even sitting at the board. She is standing, and she is so active and lovely. It is very nice to see the kids in this age loving chess so much and acting so so nicely. So okay, let's go to the next game. Is here I think that the whites are losing the material. Let's go to the next game, where we have Milner Romy against the Handler Felicitas. Oh, that's the game where the black played bishop on d6 in the Spanish defense. That was totally incorrect, and now they are trying to make sense from that bishop on d6, as if it goes to c7, the position will be quite okay for them. So I think that the white has to be more active in the opening after bishop d6 than to play a little bit passively. And now the black already has a pair of the bishops, by the way. They have the pair of the bishops, and the point of the mistake with the bishop on d6 does not appear at all. So actually we know, right? If the opponent is doing mistake, we have to punish them for that, because if we don't punish, it will not be a mistake anymore. So bishop d6 was a mistake, but white did not punish black for that, so it means that everything is okay for black for now. Let's see how they're gonna play later, of course. Let's go to the next board, where we have Charvy against Iminova Zalina, where the blacks are quite active. Oh, that's quite interesting, and the nice position here we are having. So let's see how it was from the beginning. It was e4, d5, yes, Scandinavian defense, with the knight b4. Knight b4. Okay, check, d5. b5, oh, that's nice. That's actually nice. That's actually nice. So white played here queen d1. Even if that move is good, I don't want to believe that going back is okay, and there was nothing better. So what's going on if the white capture like that? What's going on here? What an interesting thing is happening, because if queen takes, actually, if the queen takes, black has knight c2 check. Black has knight c2 checked and taking on a1, quite unclear position. Also, if the pawn takes, now the black can play even knight d4. What a tricky things happening, yeah? Knight d4, because if white captures on b4, we have knight c2 check, gaining the queen. So, after knight d4, knight c2 is kind of unstoppable if the white does not play bishop d3 on knight a3. And what's next? That's a question. What the blacks are doing next, as the knight on b4 is hanging. Sorry, here knight d3. That I blunder. Pardon me. So bishop d3 is just impossible. Bishop d3 is impossible to play. Knight a3. Sorry. Bishop d3 is a total blunder. So knight a3. What's going on after knight a3 here? The knight on b4 is hanging. Knight on b4 is hanging. I also could not capture on d5 because then another knight is hanging. So I can't do like that. What else can black do? Maybe just push the e-pawn. Yeah, but I think the blacks could be in trouble here. They can be in trouble. Let's see what happened in the queen d1. Queen d1, of course not. It's always better to fight and to lose the battle during the fight than run away. Queen d1 is kind of run away. It is better to don't do it and to be active. That's what I'm saying all the time. So what happened later? e4, knight e2, bishop g4. Sorry, after bishop g4 was bishop e3 and c5. Miss Zalina is very active, very active. That player, Iminova Zalina, is playing very active, and that's very nice to see. Let's see what's going on the next board, where we have Isahanian Nare against Arun Ria. As I see here, black's king is dancing and is not safe at all. Whites are pawn up, so definitely the position is winning for white. Let's go to the next board, where we have Machina Victoria against Jaliashvili Ketevan, where whites are having the active position, but without any special weaknesses that the black has. But, okay, dynamically, I think white has to be better here. Let's see, here is a fight. Here is a fight. We can say nothing what's gonna happen. The next game we have is Gigishvili Mariam against Halafan Dorsa. The white has a very bad double pawn on d file, d2 and d3. When the black's king is also in the center, So if the black, sorry, until I was talking, they did the couple moves in a row. The white played knight b2, black played b4 and just trapped the bishop. Oh. So there was no knight e5 because it's just hanging on e5. That's correct. So it seems like a blunder. The last move, rook b1, yes, rook b1 that Gigishvili played was kind of blunder because after b5, knight has no square to go more than b2, and then the bishop is trapped. Okay, that position is of course winning for black. Let's go to the next game, where we have Mukhidinova Nilufar against Karabas Beren. Knight g4. Here we have also knight g4 on the board. Let's take a look. So Sicilian defense with the dragon system. Bishop b5, knight e5, f4. Knight g4. I hope the white gonna play bishop g1, as given that bishop is not the best idea at all. That's not the best. So I hope the white gonna play bishop g1. Okay, let's go to the next board where we have Hotoveli Noah against FIDE Heaven. We have a position with a piece down for white. So it's interesting how it happened. Let's take a look from here. Yes, we had, if you remember, we have the Slavian defense with the c takes d5, c takes d5 line on the move number 3. Oh, the moves like g4 is quite dangerous when we have everything on the first rank. It's better to develop the pieces and then play active moves, but white decided to be active immediately and they played g4, which is quite strange. G4, g5, yes, very strange idea. So nobody will give the piece for free there. Yes, okay, so just one more time where the white lost the piece. It's very interesting. Sorry, that's not the game. That's my bad. That's not the game with the Slavian defense. That's not the Slavian defense. It was Caro-Kann. It was Caro-Kann. So I'm a little confused. I was talking about another game that we saw. We go to that game also, but here we had the Caro-Kann defense with the f3 line and knight b5. Sorry. We had knight b5 here played with the white. It's just giving the piece. Okay, the blacks are winning, definitely winning in this game. They are definitely winning. So we have 5 boards under girls 8 here having. Let's go to the, no, actually we have 10 boards. Yes, we review 10 boards. Now let's go to the open section under 8. On the first board, we have Vedrikas Vitis against Jahria Kushal, where the position is quite interesting. The material is equal. And the players are fighting. Nothing special is happening for now there. Let's go to the next game, where we have Larry Mark against Arush Bathula. Also they are fighting. We have kind of theoretical position from the Spanish defense, where the all fight is ahead. The only thing that we already mentioned is that black did not they didn't choose the best option of developing the pieces. I'm talking about the bishops that they put on d7 and e7. But okay, the position for black is kind of solid without any special weaknesses on the board. So let's see what will be there later. On the next board we have Khaled Al-Jamat against Shogzhiev Roman, where the blacks are a piece up. They are a piece up. So let's take a look how they gained that piece. The position that we saw last time was this. After that, they push d5. That's not bad for black at all. They sacrifice. Sorry, just a sec. Bishop. Everything is clear. After bishop b6, queen takes b6. The g1 rook is hanging. That the white, if the white captures here, the black captures on g1 with the queen. They capture on g1 with the queen, and I'm not sure white has to do what they did in the game, because here it seems like they have more chances than they did in the game. For example, if I take on e6. So why am I saying that? I'm not saying that the whites are having the advantage here, but what happened in the game, they were just piece down. Here at least we have some active ideas somewhere connected to knight d5, maybe also knight c6, taking on f7. Okay, I'm just saying that it was just a little bit better maybe than in the game, because in the game they capture with the knight on d5, and after this they just play bishop h3 and they are just piece down without any active play. So it is an easy life for black with a piece up. Okay, so if they are not even piece up in this position, it's going to be compensation for the opponent. Now they have just extra piece, it means they are just winning here. Let's go to the next one. Here we have Anapuredi Reynesh against Kayonoglu Omer, with a very nice pawn range on b4 and c3 for black. It's interesting how they did that. So a6 and b5. They start the straight attack on the queen side. c3, queen e3, and knight e7. Okay, that's gonna be the interesting game for sure. But for now, there is nothing like very dangerous to any of the players, any of the sides. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Chigvinadze Robert against Xie Joshua. We have the typical Scottish defense, where the position has to be equal, but now we have quite interesting things happening here. I want to review the last moves, what was there. So queen takes f6, queen d2. Usually the black pawn goes to d5, but here we have it a little bit late on the board. It was much better, I am sure it was much better to play earlier on castle. Yeah, that's a typical Scottish defense that is very famous after d5 move. Instead of d5, they played rook e8, which is not the best at all. And now they are a little bit late to push d5. Oh, not by bishop d6, not bishop d6. Here already just extremely necessary was to capture on c3. Otherwise, that pawn on d5 could be hanging. So bishop d6 was in the game, and bishop b5. Taking immediately on d5 was not good, or maybe it was good even, because even after queen e5, I can play f4. I can play f4, and if the black captures on d5, I have bishop h7 check. So that knight is not hanging on d5, but white decided to play bishop b5, rook d8 was in the game, and now we could not capture with the queen. Okay, the white's idea was to open up the queen on d5 and capture on d5 with the queen, but they still could not do that. Then the simple question, why bishop b5? Maybe because of bishop c6. Let's take a look. So rook d8 and maybe bishop c6, but on bishop c6 I think they have bishop takes h2. So maybe bishop b5 was an extra move which was not necessary at all. Okay, let's go to another section that will be girls under 10. We have on the first board Liz Iris from Liz Iris against Grigalashvili Mariam. Very well-known position with the slightly better chances for white. Next board we have Sabir Bekova against Basari Sanem. So where the queen gone? It's very interesting to take a look at that. So it was the Sicilian defense. Okay. Oh. Nice. White has 3 pieces against the queen. They have 3 pieces against the queen. That's very interesting position. Usually in the normal position, 3 pieces are better than the queen. That we know. But here they have some. Threats on c file. For example, if black will play b4, attacking the knight what the white's gonna do, because on, for example, just usual move like this, I want e5 and then c2 pawn is hanging with the checkmate, Okay, that's very interesting game. We have to take a look at that later for sure, because it will be a very interesting game going on. Let's go to the next board. We have Fang Arabella against the Maliush Alisa. We are in the end game. We are in the end game where the white's position is slightly better. They are slightly better because more active pieces, because of the e file they have for now, and also d5 pawn needs to be protected all the time, and the black's pieces will be busy of that on the same time when the whites are attacking. Okay, let's go to the next game where we have Hikmat Honova Mohinur against Venskaya Nika. Material is equal. Whites are having a bad pawn structure. I mean the double pawn on e file, e3 and e4, which gives the hopes for black to have the better game. Let's go to the next board, where we have Mirzahani Bahar against Gar Sofia. With the long game, we already see that the game will be long. The position is closed. Nothing special happening for now. And the next game between Torun Selin against Artamonova Uliana, where blacks are having quite good position, on the same time that the white's king side is not developed yet and the king is in the center, but I don't think it gives any special danger to the position. Let's go to the next board and then to the open section. So next board is Sunea Sara Maria against Baruch Hamid. Knight b5 was queen h, only queen h4, okay, bishop c5, queen e2, and bishop b6, bishop e3. It will be also the interesting game. It's just the beginning, nothing unusual is happening for now. And let's go to the open section under 12. Sorry, open section under 10. Open section under 10. Here we have Bediovkin Nathaniel against Mendes Aaron. So the black has an extra pawn without any compensation. Blacks are having just the extra pawn without any compensation. Seems like their position is much better. On the next board we have Ritesh against Louis. Here we see that the opponents are spending much time. They are thinking quite much. As I told you in this opening, instead of taking on f6 with the e pawn, maybe it was better to take with the g pawn, as I just have to repeat that the problem with the f6 pawn is that you have to push that pawn, otherwise it's blocking the g7 bishop. So it is still blocking the bishop there. So the black's position is a little bit passive. The position is a little bit passive, but quite solid. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen there later. On the next board, we have Golis Victor against Bunden Edward. Also seems like black's position is quite okay, without any problems. The white has a bad pawn structure, but the whole fight is ahead. In this game also nothing special happening. So the next board we have Amanov against Absatar Alisher. That was a Scandinavian defense where the white didn't do the best moves. That's why blacks completely equalized the position. They have no problem at all, but the same. The fight will be ahead. The next board we have Gu Ethan against Suleymanov Ashab. Where the black's king is quite unsafe. Black's king is quite unsafe. Also, the bishop on g6 is not the best piece. Very interesting position we are having here. I think the white's position is much better. The white's position is much better because a very bad king, very weak king, and the bad pawn structure. We go to the next game between Novodvorsky against Vivan Vishal, where the whites are quite active. Whites are quite active, and this is quite unclear position. This is a quite unclear position. The last move for white was e6. They played e6. So the point is to make the opponent's pawn structure, to break the opponent's pawn structure on the king side, on the same time to do the king weak, the black king to do it weak. So the black has two moves. That one is taking on c3, and another move is taking on e6. So taking on c3, why? Because if the white captures here, I can take that queen back with the check, and there is no more danger, no more special danger, but still d7 pawn is kind of dangerous. But for example, if the white captures on d2, I can play rook d8. I believe so. I believe so. And on bishop b5 to play a6, but bishop e7, quite unclear position. Quite unclear position with a lot of threats that the whites are creating. So that's also the fact. When somebody is creating the problem, it is very good mostly in this age, because as he is creating the problem, it means that the opponent has to solve that problem, and usually chess players are doing the mistakes when they have the problems to solve, and that's happening on any of the level. So whites are creating the problems here. This is a fact, and that's why I can say that they have better chances. But okay, let's see, maybe the black gonna solve all of the problems. So it will be very interesting to review this game later on when they will do couple moves. Let's go to the next game where Lakan Rus David playing against Saadetdin Adam. We have a French defense where the blacks are quite behind in development. That's why white's position is much better. Let's go to the next game, which already ended up. Emanuilov Radoslav beat Aishbacher Dmitry. Okay, let's go to the girls section under 12. On the first board, we have Margaret Mukhpurev against Preobranskaya Diana. The knight on c4 is quite strong. Also, white has no attack on the king side, so we can say that the black has no problems at all. They have no problem at all. Let's see what will happen there later. On the second board, we have Ismailova Hanim against Sordia Martha. Here is kind of opening still. About 1.5 hours passed, and we are on the move number 12, so it seems like the players are using a lot of time to think, and maybe it's going to be the long game. So let's see. On the next board we have Shimanskaya against Kali Ahmed. Shimanskaya against Kali Ahmed. Very interesting position, open one, where everything depends on the chess player's skills. So mostly the position is very close to equal, but it's a fight. Let's see how they're gonna fight there. On the next board, we have Aram induction Sahana against Semyonova. Semyonova, that's correct, it's pronounced like that on Russian. Semyonova, Vasilisa. On English, we have here Semenova. We can use that also and say Semenova, where we have the typical isolated pawn position, but on the same time the white also has the e3 pawn unprotected, which is actually could be the object to use for black to attack it somewhere and to use that weakness. But if we say rogely, white's position is not with black's position does not have a initiative. So why am I saying that? Because when there is an isolated pawn on the board, usually it gives us the initiative and attack, and it is compensating the fact that by itself isolated pawn is a weakness. So to say that the black has advantage, it will be very difficult because they don't have any special attack anywhere and any special threats. So the position is very close to equal. Let's go to next game. Here we have Koguashvili against Mgeladze. So as I told you, both of the players are from Georgia, and it will be very interesting to watch this game. But the only thing what is not acting fast, this is the quantity of the moves. They played only 13 moves, and in a 1/2 hour, 13 moves in such a beginning position. You see, I mean, it's not anything special happening here. There is no sacrificing, no complicated lines. I think they have to play a little bit faster. But okay, I understand that they are under the high pressure, both of them, because it is very unpleasant to play on the international tournament with the opponent from the same country. Believe me, it happened a lot of times with me, and it is the worst the worst pairings, I can say like that. It does not matter about the rating and the level of your opponent. When he's or she is from your country and you are playing the international tournament, it does not give any good feelings for sure. Okay, anyway, this is a sport and everybody is playing against everybody, mostly the strong players and the top players. To get the top places in the tournament, you have to be ready on everything. So what we have here, let's take a look. Let's go a little bit back here. Yes, well, we are reviewing this game with the Mora gambit. So the white, in the game was e takes d6. Somehow we thought it was e6 in the game. So white capture on d6. That happened in the game. And they just continue developing and get the pawn back. It's very interesting position. It's very interesting position. If the white captures on d5, black can just capture on d6. And now taking on b7 is not good at all because of queen b4 check. And for example, on queen d2, black will capture on b7 just easily. So, pardon me. This is a position in the game. Knight d5, and the whites are thinking. The bishop on d6 is hanging, so maybe bishop a3 even possible, because we have to take care about the bishop. Seems like position goes to the equal. Seems like that. So maybe e takes d6 was not the best decision that the white did in this game on the move number 7. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Rathnayake against Goryachkina. We talk about that Goryachkina, that she has an excellent last name. Let's see how is her skills, chess skills. Yeah, seems like the only side who can play to win the game, that's white, because they have a very easy life, but on the same time black does not have any special problems, so the position is very close to equal. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Garcia Rodriguez against Mateva Iana, and here we have the move number 9. Maybe there is some issue of the connection, because it's very hard to believe that they have move number 9 on the board. That we're gonna double check a little bit later. Now let's go to the open section, under 12. Here we have Uskov with white against Torosian Volodia, where the black left their king in the center, but they have very good pawn range that is defending the king. The last move was played f5. It's gonna be a tough game. That's gonna be the tough game, but nothing special is happening for now. Here we have Marin Moy against the Mowahed Sina, where I think that the position is kind of equal, but white has to be careful because of the d-file and the dark squares, that some threats are happening there. Let's go to the next board, where we have Mamedov Edgar against Stitcher. Where Mamedov's position seems much better, as the black's king is in the center. It's in the center, and also in case it will do the castle on the either on the king side or queen side, there is some weaknesses already on the board. Let's go to the next board, where we have Tolmachevs against Dotzer. Also only 13 moves done. Only 13 moves, nothing special on the board. Here is Ahmad Hagan against Arakelian Manvel with the d6 weakness. The d6 pawn is weak, so it would be slightly better for white. Let's go to the next one. Here we have Kabinazar Nur Muhammad against Dilgar Dalai. So white start taking care about the c-file. That's quite correct, because attacking the king side where they have the space is just impossible, because they don't have enough forces. That means that the black has no problems at all. So maybe they will play rook fc8, which will be quite okay to start fighting for c-file. Seems like that's black's position is quite okay. Let's go to the next one, where we have Jenukshan against Ray Martinez with the isolated pawn on the board and move number 12. Still, I'm not sure they have the same position after 1.5 hour playing. But I also want to remind our viewers that the open section is happening in another building, and sometimes we can be a little bit late to have the news from that side. But as I see now, the connection is perfect and there has to be no issue. So maybe they are on the move number 13 after 1.5 hour playing. Could be. The position is very close to equal. Let's go to the next board, board number 9, where we have Nurgaliev against Werasekara. So we said from the beginning that the Nurgaliev start playing very active from the beginning. So let's take a look how it was. It was the Caro-Kann defense with knight f3, knight c3 line, and immediately white decided to keep attacking the opponent. h4, that was the move that I was offering. After bishop d6, white played queen e3 as the knight was hanging on e5. king f8 and the whites are thinking. So why king f8? I will tell you one thing, that the knight on c6 is pinned, right? So taking on e5 makes no big sense because we just take, and the black knight could not take on e5 because of the pin. So queen e3, king f8. Now they want to capture that knight on e5, and they are also threatening d4. So they have the double threat. The knight on e5 is hanging, and also they want to play d4. But it does not have to be the big problem for white, because they can play d4, they can capture on c6, they can capture on g6. But the position is quite complicated. So now I like to announce you the break for a couple minutes, and I'll be back with you with the new positions, and let's see how our fellows, our kids are playing and fighting there. So see you shortly. See you soon. Hello again, we are in Batumi on the World Youth Chess Championship. So we continue reviewing the games. Let's start from the girls section, under 8. Here on the first board we already have the result where the Diao Sujia with the white pieces beat Fong Livia. That's the final position. Let's go to the second board. On the second board, we have Giorgo Piani Lili against Sivanandan Bhuthana, where the position seems like very close to draw. Let's see how it happened. Here we are saying that the queen d2 was not the best move. To keep the queen on the open file, that gives the chance to black to take that file with the tempo, rook d8, but we also said that instead of rook d8, that rook a d8, that was the last move from black, it was better to play rook e d8 to keep another rook for the c file. So for example, rook e d8, and when the white queen goes somewhere, then there will be rook a c8 move there. So instead of that, black played rook a d8, and after rook a d8, queen c2, let's see, you see rook c8, rook goes back, so that's why it was better to play rook e d8 and another rook on c8. Let's see what happened later. Yes, after rook d4, it goes, mostly it goes to draw, but let's see how they're gonna play this rook's endgame. Let's go to the next board where we have Veselov Zoe against Gorechka Laura. Here also a lot of things happened and a lot of pawns are missing on the board, so let's see how it happened here. Just a sec. After bishop e3, knight g4, attacking the bishop. We said that the whites were in trouble here, so they played knight e2 and just gave the piece. They just gave the piece. Queen c3, d6, b4. That was the blunder back. That was a blunder back. Okay. It was a blunder back. So after rook c1, it was better to play d6 immediately or to play queen b6. Yes, to play queen b6. And the blacks are just piece up. Instead of that, they play castle, and after queen c3, the bishop is pinned. They are forced to play d6, and after b4, whites are getting back the piece. So e5, take. White decided to don't take the piece and to have those passed pawns on the board. Let's see what happened later. Rook c7, excellent. Yeah, seems like queen d7 is not the best. Maybe it was better to play queen a5. Yes, actually, why not queen a5? Yeah, because after queen d7, so it's very nice game from that point of view, that white won the piece, then they blunder it back, then they won it again and they blunder it back. Okay, but we have to pay our attention also on this age category. This is girls under 8, so we don't have to ask for them the high level, so I believe that they are doing their best. Queen e6, and take back the piece. Take back the piece, and suddenly the whites are just two pawns up in this position, and passing all these things that already happened. Now they are having the excellent position. Let's go to the next game. Here we have handler against Milner. Compared to the previous position, this is much more quiet and smooth. The only thing that black has, and it's better for them, this is a pawn structure, as they have only one island and the white has the two islands, so the pawn on b3 is weak, it is a weakness, and it will be necessary all the time to protect that weakness. So we can say that black's position is better in this case. Let's go to the next game, where we have Charvi against Iminova Zalina. Whites are pawn down, but they definitely have the compensation because their pieces are more active. Let's go to the next game where we already have the result. Here white won, so Isahanianare won against Arun Ria. The next game we have here is also with the glory of the white. They won this game 1-0, so Mahina Victoria beat it Jaliashvili Ketevan. And the last game we have here is Gigishvili Mariam against Halafan Dorsa, where the blacks are piece up and the position is definitely winning for black. Let's go to the open section under 8. On the first board we already have the result where the black won, so it means that Jahria Kushal beat Federikas Vitis. On the board number 2 we have move number 17, and all game is ahead. It is kind of just the beginning. After 2 hours playing, we have this position on the board. Very interesting. It's very interesting. If we don't have any technical issue, it's very interesting that they have this position after 2 hours of playing. Let's go to the next game. And the next game here we have Khaled against Shogdzhiev, where Shogdzhiev already won the game. Then we have Anapuredi against the Koyonoglu. The position is quite interesting. We said that from the beginning that it will be the interesting game. White seems more active as they have active pieces. They are attacking the center, so it's definitely with better chances for white. Now we go to the girls section under 10, where we have Lee Iris against Grigalashvili Mariam. The position is better for white. The position is better for white because of the weaknesses of the dark squares, and it will be very difficult to hold and to support and protect this position with black, as we have quite much weaknesses connected to the dark squares. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Sabirbekova against Basari. We knew this position where the white decided to sacrifice the queen for the three pieces, and there was some threats connected to the c2 pawn. So let's take a look how it was. It was f takes e7 here, yes. So just a couple moves before. This is a decisive position where the white decided to sacrifice the queen. You see, after e5, bishop b7, they decided to capture on f6, and that's quite interesting. And by the way, decisive also an important decision. And it is very nice when the girls in this age are ready to make such important decisions by themselves at the board. That's nice to see all the time. So what was actually happening there? Black captured the queen, and white has 3 pieces for that. Knight f6. I don't think knight f6 is the best. As I was saying, in this position, b4 was an interesting move to open up the c file, and when the knight goes somewhere, for example on e4, to play e5, to use the fact that the knight on d4 is the only guy who is protecting the c2 pawn. And if the knight goes somewhere, there is a checkmate on c2. So, and if the knight doesn't go, then, okay, then I will just capture that knight. So instead of that, black played knight f6, which, as I told you already, is not the best decision. Rook e1, d5, so now knight on d4 is forever, and that knight is supporting everything that is important on the board, so mostly the c2 pawn. And now there is no danger for white. They just have 3 pieces against the queen, which is actually more powerful than the queen, but it's not like game over, of course, it's not like that. So let's see how they're going to continue this position. I believe that was a long game. That will be the long game. So the next game here we have Fang Arabella against Maliush Alissa. Quite interesting position. The last moves, it's interesting what was happening there. So in this position, Fang decided to play h4 to support her knight on f4, protect, to do something against g5 that the black wanted to play, g5, instead, for example, instead of h4, if the white moved king g2 or something like that, black would play g5, so with h4 they stopped that. Then it was rook e1, attacking that pawn. The whites are forced to support that pawn, okay, as there is no a4 possible to play here, as the pawn is just simply hanging, and that makes no sense because bishop from e8 is controlling that square. So that's why rook b2, rook d1, rook b2, rook d1, and knight d3. Yes, this position is this position is with the equal chances from both sides. I think so, as the black's rook is compensating the passive positions of other pieces, but definitely it is very far away from draw. Maybe it is equal with the equal chances, but it depends which of the opponents gonna use their chances better than other. Let's go to another game where we have Hikmat Honova Mohinur against Venskaya Nika. We are talking about this position that the white has trouble with a double pawn in the center, which they have to support all the time. But it's a good thing for them that they got the d file, so it is kind of compensating that weakness. But still, black's position is more healthy, and I think they are slightly better. Let's go to the next game, where we have Mirzahani Bahar against Gair Sofia. Here we have the move number 19, only move number 19, and the close position. The position is absolutely close. Just pay your attention that they did not trade even one piece or the pawn. Everything is on the board, so it automatically means that it will be a very long game. So let's take a look at this game a little bit later. We're gonna have a lot of chance of that to review this game later and again. So here we have Torun Selin against the Artemonova Uliana. Because of the dark squares, because of the weakness of the dark squares, the black has an initiative, kind of initiative, because actually white does not have any weaknesses that they need to support much. So the next move also could be done g4, for example, for white, to make that bishop go back, to make their position be worse. So the black has to take care about that, but on the same time e4 is also coming, so we can say that the position is equal here. On the next game, here we have Sunea Sara against Baruch Hamid. Here definitely I think we have some issues, because it's move number 12 has to be much more, and the time I see here, yes, that's not correct, so I'll try to ask the operator to fix this issue. It could not be the move number 12 in this game, because it is like that for the last half an hour and more. So, okay. Anyway, let's go to the next one. We have Berikisi against Cisco here, where the position is almost very close to equal. Now I will try to go to another section. That will be the section under 10, open section, where on the board number 1, between Bedyovkin and Mendes, we have this kind of position, where the white to move, but okay, I'll tell you that the pawn on b4 is not hanging because of the simple checkmate. So it means that the blacks are 3 pawns up. If they are 3 pawns up, of course the position has to be winning. This is board number 1, so let's go to board number 2. On the board number 2 we have Smirnov against Mamikonian. White are pawn down, but the blacks are behind in development. They are quite back in the behind in development, so it compensates. It completely compensates that 1 pawn that the whites are missing. So okay, I prefer the whites position here. Again and again, because of the unsafe position of the black king and undeveloped king side. The only thing that the white has to take care about is, of course, on the same time to be active and to don't trade the queens, to create more threats connected to the opponent's weak kings. So we can evaluate this position as a little bit, at least a little bit better for white. So of course they have the full compensation. On the next board we have Ritesh against Liu Patrick. Finally black push push f5. That f5 is a very important move. Without f5 the bishop on g7 has no heir to brief, so that's why we have to push f5, and that's completely correct, pushing the f5, and seems it works well. And after that, when the black's bishop, dark square bishop, will start working, their position will be excellent. The position for black will be excellent, so I think that's already very good. So let's see how they're gonna continue there. On the same time, let's go to the next board, where we have Golis Victor against the Budun Edward. Black's position seems very good. It is black to move. It is black to move, and it seems like the black king is more safe than the white's king. So now everything depends on who gonna get the initiative first. Who will be first? Who will start acting first? As if some of the sides will start the active moves, creating the threat, and another side will be forced to be in defense. So this is one of the important facts while somebody has the initiative, that to make your opponent to be in defense. If the black gonna create that and fix that on the board, that will be great. Great for them, of course. So I think here blacks are slightly better. And the next game here we have Amanov against Absatar, where the whites are 2 pawns down. The last move they played, rook d4, rook e7, and rook d7. I see no compensation for white. I see no compensation for the 2 pawns. Seems like Absatar are gonna win this game. On the next board we have Guo against Suleimanov. The blacks are piece down. Okay, let's check where they lost that piece. Yes, that was the game where we were saying that the king side is very weak and it was much better for white, and okay, nothing unusual happened. White continue using that weaknesses that the opponent has, and finally they trap the bishop. Yes, simply. Of course, whites are completely winning here. They are completely winning. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Novodvorsky against Vivan. Here we had an interesting moment in this position where the white played e6. We said that that's very good in this age to start acting and making the important decisions at the board. So white decided to play e6 after taking there, take on g6, going back, yes, take, and take there, bishop d4, bishop f6. So whites are just pawn up with the excellent chances to win. So the position is technically winning for white. If something unusual will happen in this game, Novodvorsky is winning. Let's go to the next game here. We have Lakan Rus against Saadetdine Adam. The white's position is much better. We can say it immediately because of the missing the dark square bishop for black, and that's why the dark squares are quite weak, and the whites are using that perfectly. They put the rook on c5, later they're going to double up, triple up on the c file and continue using the dark square weaknesses that the black has, and on the same time they have a space on the king side also. So we can say this is a big advantage for white. It's not winning, okay, we should not say like that, but it is a big advantage for Lakan Rus David. Let's go to the next game, which is already over. Here the white Emanuilov Radoslav beat the Eichbacher. Now we go to the girls section under 12, where on the first board we have Margaret against Preobrazhenskaya, pardon me, where we already said that the knight on c4 was very strong. And okay, black has some space on the queen side, on the same time that the white does not have any effective attack on the king side, but also they don't have any weaknesses on the queen side also. So that will be the tough game. That will be the tough game with the unclear position for now. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Ismailova Hanim against Sordia Marta, where the white gained the pawn on g4. How it was, it's interesting. Let's take a look. So after f5, that was played the last move with the black, white played knight h4, attacked the g6 pawn, king h7, then take on f5, take on f5, bishop h3, bishop f6, take on f5. Oh, yes, that was a blunder. That was a blunder. But it is very interesting why the black did not capture on d3 here. Why I could not do that? Maybe because of bishop h6. That's a little bit crazy, but interesting. After bishop h6. Okay, it's clear if the black capture on h6, the white capture on d3. And they are just pawn up and absolutely unsafe king for black. So on bishop h6, I believe black has to capture on f1. White capture on f8. It's funny, but the white bishop is stuck there. So what's going on if black just capture on c4? Then we have queen c2. Very unclear and complicated position. Queen c2 check. Now I'm forcing the black to go with the king somewhere, and then I can free up my bishop from f8. So for example, on king g8, I even have bishop e6 check. So maybe king h8 and bishop h6. Quite complicated, but I'm offering that before because what they did in the game now, then they will be just pawn down, because now if the white just capture on f5, they are just pawn up. With some compensation, okay, there is some compensation as the black knight goes to d4 and so on, but still they are just pawn down, so I think the chances for Ismailova is much better than Sordia. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Shimanskaya Tatiana against Kali Ahmed Elnaz. Typical position that we can see in the old books played by the very famous players and the world champions. So this is a technical how to say, it depends about the player's techniques who gonna do and act better in this position. It's not like a straight attack anywhere on any of the sides of the board. He's like, everything depends on the understanding of the chess, evaluating of the position, creating the how to say it, create the sum pluses to your position and some weaknesses to the opponent's position, as any tiny detail could be important. So let's see how these two girls gonna play this quite interesting and completely strategical position. Let's go to the next board. Next board we have here Aravinda Sahana against Semenova Vasilisa. Yes, it happened what we are talking about. The black has d5 pawn as a weakness, but on the same time white also has a weakness on e3, which is absolutely compensating the weakness of the d5 pawn. So we can say that the position is with the equal chances, but still it depends who's gonna play better. Of course, it's not like draw or something like this. No, it's just the equal chances. It means that who's gonna play better, he's gonna win. Okay, but nothing special is happening in this position. Let's go to the next one, where the Georgians are playing between each other. A very complicated game. Here we have Koguashvili against Mgeladze. After opening up the b file, where maybe the white was not too ready for that, and they can do it with the best options when they will be, when their pieces will be ready for that. As what I see now, that black rook is standing there, but okay, white can play rook b1 anytime. Also the c5 knight is not supported, and in case the white wants to capture that, they can capture it anytime. Yes, let's see, the last move was bishop e3. Let's see how it continues. The game is complicated. It is very difficult to do any evaluation here. Okay, it's not definitely much better for any of the sides. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Yusefian against Silva Juliana. we are talking about this position. So let's go to that moment. Knight d5. We said that it was a good move for black, as the bishop is hanging on d5 and also taking on, sorry, bishop is hanging on d6 and also taking on d5, making no sense. Because the b7 pawn is not hanging. After queen b4 check, they are losing the bishop. So in the game was bishop b8, makes sense. Instead of going back, they just decided to trade that bishop. Take, queen d2, knight f6, take, 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 take. Of course has to be equal. Of course has to be equal. With the slightly better chances for white because of the e6 pawn. So there was already some moves done there. Yes, this is what we are talking about. This is slightly better. This is already slightly better now for white, as they mobilize their pieces on e-file. Now it will be necessary to get more space on the king side, also to move the king and activate the king, as we are in the end game. So let's see if Youssef has enough techniques to win, I mean to use the opponent's weakness on e6, then create another weakness, as we know that it's just impossible to win the game with only one weakness on the board. So white has to create another weakness. It has to be the king side or queen side, either, but they need another weakness to win this game. So let's see how Yousefian will do all of this, and from on the same time how the Silva Juliana will support and protect her position. It's clear that obviously only whites are playing to win the game here. Let's go to the next game, where we have Goryachkina with the black, but it is Goryachkina Oksana. Not that one, Alexandra, the famous one, but we have Oksana here with a little bit passive position, and whites are attacking, and they have the better chances here. Let's go to the next game. Next game we have Garcia Rodriguez against Mateva Iana. I'm also surprised of having the move number 14 after 2.5 hours playing. So again, that's the first day, and I'm sorry if we have some technical issues and we don't have the positions with the same positions that they actually are. So could be that in this game is another position, but this is just, you know, several games sometimes like that. Also could be that there is a there is a game with this position that we see on the board. So this is move number 14, with the whole game ahead, and nothing special is happening for now, nothing unusual. The game is with the chances for both of the sides. Let's go to the next board. This is Enhuanga against Shubhi Gupta, where the blacks are 2 pawns up. They are 2 pawns up without any special compensation. This is black to move. It is clear that it's black to move. Otherwise, if it is white to move, they will just capture on e5. Of course, they will capture the bishop and then capture the c7 pawn. So now the bishop is hanging, and the black has to take care about that. Okay, white has some compensation. We have to say that they have some compensation and they have the chances for draw, but not more. This is the max that they can do. Okay, let's go to the open section. Under 12, where we have Uskov Artyom. Okay, that Uskov Artyom is one of the favorites of the tournament. If I remember correctly, his rating is almost 2400. Of course, he is one of the favorite players in this section. and as you see, he has quite active position here with the pawn on h7. That's not happening every day in the games, in the middle game, to have the pawn on h7. The last move that the white did is rook d2. They played rook d2 to support the c2 pawn, otherwise knight d3 could be hanging somewhere and c2 will be without protection. So rook d2, just in case, to put that rook on d2. Actually, why not? So the main problem that the black has, that's a king on d8, which is unsafe, and the pawn on h7, which is creating the troubles all the time. So as I understood now why the white play rook d8 could be the threat of queen g8, and they could not do queen g8 here immediately because of exactly knight takes d3 and some checks from c2. So for example, if c takes d3, maybe queen c2, king a1 and queen a4. Checkmate is hanging. So what Mr. Uskov did here with the rook d2, he created a threat. He wants to play queen g8 later. Queen g8 and nothing is hanging on d3 and c2. Yes, we could say that white has better chances in this game. Let's go to the next game, where another favorite is sitting with the black, Movahed Sina, who is from Iran. We know that the Iran chess improving much, and they have a very good young and also the old chess players, and so on and so on. So let's see what's happening here. Let's see what's happening here. So blacks are pawn down. They are pawn down. Let's see what happened here, how they lost the pawn. That was the position coming from the Sicilian. Later, yeah, normal moves, d5, take on c6, take on d5, take, c3, f4, bishop d6, bishop d3, d4. Sina decided to sacrifice that pawn. Okay, take. So he just sacrificed the pawn. That's very interesting. And I have to repeat that it is very nice to see when the players in this age are doing such important decisions at the board, and they are alone, right? And they are doing such a decision. So just pay the attention. Black played d4. Black played d4 by their own wish. They just sacrificed the pawn. So definitely this guy is talented, but now let's see how he's gonna support his decision. Yeah, sacrificing without calculation, without support, that sacrificing with a deep calculation makes no sense. Yeah, because you couldn't sacrifice something with intuition. It is happening once a year. So I hope Sina calculates something where he's... Okay, what we have already as a fact, the bishop e3 is not so active and mobile anymore after the pawn goes from c3 to d4. Okay, that's easy to see, but what's next? Is that all why the black sacrificed the pawn? I hope Sina will answer on this question. We will be back to this position later. Let's go to the next boards. Here we have Mamedov Edgar with Stichter Konstantin. Yes, Mamedov is one of the favorites also. He's up to 2300 rating. So these three players are kind of how to say it, the guys that you have to pay your attention on definitely. As they are more than the 2300 in age 11 and 12. The other players are less than 2300. So what Mamedov Edgar has here, this is a c-file. This is a good bishop against the bad bishop on e6. Also, it's totally unclear move done on the board. This is h5, which is creating more weaknesses connected to the dark squares, sorry. So a lot of things now depends on techniques, on Mamedov's techniques, how he gonna improve his position more and more, and how he gonna use the weaknesses that the opponent has, and how he gonna create more pluses to his position. This is absolutely technical position again, where the understanding of the chess and strategical thinking makes a very big sense, and it is very important. Of course, we're gonna back to this game later also. Now let's go to the next one, where is Tolmasevs against Dotzer. Lucas playing with white. Still move number 16. Move number 16 after more than the 2.5 hours of playing. Move number 16, where the position is completely unclear, and everything depends how they're gonna fight later. Let's go to the next board. Here we already have the result. Here we already have the result, where the Arakelian Manuel won with black against Ahmad Hagan. That's a nice position in the end. Let's go to the next board. We have Kabir Nazar against Delgir Dalai. Delgir Dalai, yes, that's correct, against Kabir Nazar is with white. Also the famous position from the French defense, but actually in this game was the Sicilian, but the position is very close to the French defense with the knight d2 line. So what could we say here? It's just impossible that the black has any problems, because they have all good pieces, and that only fact that they have the e6 pawn weak is not so important, as actually the white also has the d4 pawn there, which needs to be supported. So if the black needs to put queen d7, they can do that anyway, anytime. So the position is equal. The position is equal. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Ilinka Felix Antonio against Hajatuli Ali Khan. Because of the A file, we can say that black has a good position. I mean, they don't have any problems. They don't have any problems. We're not talking about the advantage. It is very difficult to have the advantage here with black. But because of the A file, they don't have any problem. So the position is very close to equal here. Let's go to the next game, where we have Janukshan against Ray Martinez. Also, with the good and the bad sides of the isolated pawn, it is blocked. But the white has a good space on the queen side, and the black's knight on d7 is a little bit stuck. It does not have any square to go more than the b8, so it compensates that fact of the isolated pawn. So the position is very close to equal here also, and very interesting game that we are talking about here between Nurgaliev, Sawat, and Vera Sekara. Where the Nurgaliev start playing very active moves from the beginning. I will quickly just show it to you. So it was Karakan, and from the move number 5-6, you see the white start playing the active moves. But the blacks were protecting their position quite well. They were protecting quite well. King f8 on time, bishop d6 on time, so take d3, take d3. What kind of position do we have here on the board? So the black lost the castle, yeah, as they moved the king. They couldn't do the castle anymore, but h6 is also still the, sorry, h5 is still the problem. So the white wants to play h5 to trap the bishop, So black has to make the decision. They has to make the decision. It could be done. Bishop e5, even queen takes e5, and maybe queen d7. As on h5, I can play f6. That could be a very interesting line like this, but I don't think it will be dangerous for black. Of course, I will not capture on h7, because if the black capture on h7, then the pawn promotes. The pawn promotes and the white will be just piece up. So black will not touch it. Okay, they will give the rook on h8, but after the white will take the rook, that makes no big sense because they are missing the queen. And for the queen, they're gonna have only rook and the bishop. So it's like a tricky move, but if black will do correctly, for example, if they play just any of the moves, for example, queen e7, if they just continue like this, taking on h8 is not giving anything special for white. The only thing is that the white should not capture on h7, because after that the position will be just losing. So bishop c6 was in the game, take d3. They already played queen c7 in the game, and f4. Queen c7 and f4. I think taking on e5 immediately for black will be better than that queen c7. Now, in case of the black will capture on e5, then white has f takes e5 anytime, which is more powerful than taking with the queen. Because white open up the f file, and you see the black king on the f file, and of course that will be dangerous for black. So it seems like it goes to the advantage for white, but not so clear, of course. That's not so clear. That's not so clear. That's gonna be a quite a complicated fight in this game. So okay, until we will do the next short break, I want one more time to take a look on all age categories to see the results there. So on the first board, under 8 girls, white won. Diao won against Fung Livia. On the second board, black won. This is Georgobiani Lili lost against Sivanandan Bodhana. That was the rook's end game, if I remember correctly, where the white's position was quite okay. So let's take a look how she lost. So rook a2, take here, take e4. I'm not sure about e4. Yeah, maybe just rook b6. And just take on b7, and okay, it's an easy draw. Instead of that, white played e4, b5, e5. Okay, and they stay in passive defense. If they stay in passive defense, okay, they already lost the pawn, and the king goes the wrong direction. King goes the wrong direction. Okay, the white lost the game by themselves there. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Veselov Zoe against Gorechka. Okay, we are talking about this game a lot of things. It was quite nice game because every next move, no, but on the third move, somebody was giving the piece, and finally, okay, white has a piece and the 2 pawns extras. So of course it is completely winning for Veselov Zoe. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Handler against Milner. In this position a lot of things happened. Well, we are reviewing it. A while ago there was the b3 pawn on the board, which was the weakness. Now there is no weakness on the board, and there is a perfect knight on d5, so it is definitely better for white. White's position is definitely better. On the next board we have no result yet, still fighting. Isahar Nyanari against Arun Ria already won, this we already know. Also on the next board, Machina Victoria beat Jaliashvili Ketevan. On the next board, Halafand with black beat Gigishvili Mariam. On the next board, Mukhidinova Nilufar against Karabas Burin is playing, but with the exchange down has to be losing. Now let's take a quick look at the boys section. Under 10 first board, Jochria Kushal with black beat Vedrikas Fitis. On the second board, Larry Mark is all, and they have the same position that they had before. So maybe this game has some technical issues. On the next board, we have Khalid Al Jamaat against Shokjiev Roman, where Roman with black won. Yes. Here we have Anna Peredi Reinash won with white. Okay. Under tangles, the first board, Anna Poredi Reinash here also win. Okay, boys section, under 10, boys section. Bedyovkin with white lost against Mendes. Mendes made the checkmate. The nice ending on the second board, Smirnov Mark playing against Mamikonian Artem. And the black has very unsafe king, which is giving a big... By the way, this is a game where we were talking that whites were pawn down, but they have a compensation. So they use that compensation well, as they have a very good position. Next game is Ritesh against Liu Patrick. Seems like very close to draw. The position seems like very close to draw. Let's go to the next game. But still fighting. I'm talking about the previous position. It's very close to draw, obviously, but of course it's fighting ahead. Here is Golis against Bunden Edward. This is also the position where we are talking that the blacks are ready to attack the king side, and their position was good, but somehow they lost the piece somewhere. So let's take a look how it happened there. So after g5, f4, take on f4, take, queen b6 check, engage 1, bishop h6, e5, take, oh, sorry, they just gave the piece. They just gave a piece. Maybe they thought that white could not capture that piece because of rook h3, but rook h3 is not a checkmate because white just captured that, capture king g2, and they are just rook up. And the whites are just rook up and nothing special is hanging there. So they are just rook up, so it was a blunder. That's a blunder happened there, and after that whites are just winning with the extra piece, of course. So let's go to the next game here. What we have here, we have Amanov Asad against Absatar Alisher. Okay, whites are 2 pawns down. The position is completely losing. Next board we have Guo Ethan against Suleimanov. Oh, that's already over. Guo won the game. He did the checkmate. And the last one here we have Novodvorsky against Vivan. We're talking about this position much. We decided that the white were just pawn up, and this is so even now. But okay, if they go to the end game, of course the blacks gonna have some chances to survive, but still they are pawn down. Technically the position has to be winning. Now let's go to the section girls under 12. Girls under 12 on the first board. Fighting. That's a fighting position completely. Preobrazhenskaya is attacking quite well on the queen side, trying to create some weaknesses, but the only problem they have there is no open A or B file, so it will be of course difficult to create any dangerous or super dangerous threats there, but still it seems like their position is more active. And let's see how she gonna continue her attack there. On the second board we have Ismailova Hanim against Sordia Marta, where Sordia Marta is with black, and she blundered the pawn on f5. You remember the technique, the tactics. There was the tactics in this position. where the white just captured on f5, and when the black capture back, white capture on g4, and they are just pawn up. They are just pawn up, but still, as I told you, there is some compensation. There is some compensation, as the knight on f3 is quite active piece. So let's see how they're gonna do there later. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Shimanskaya against Kaliahmet Elnaz. So looking at this position all the time, I have a smile on the face, because this is one of the famous and typical strategical things, and it needs high techniques, high strategical understanding here to be better than the opponent, because here is possible to win with white and with black also. It depends who's gonna play better, and it's a lot of strategy there. And let's see how they continue. The last time we reviewed this position, after that only 2 moves are done, so I don't think that white did their best, as they are giving that bishop on f3. Okay, but still, the position is with the equal chances. Actually, we already could say there is no problem for black in this position for now. Let's go to the next game. Here is Arvind Dakshan against Semenova. Nothing much changed in this game also. The next game we have 2 Georgians. So we are talking about Koguashvili against Geladze. Oh, Geladze is doing quite nice things connected to the dark squares. She wants to play knight d6. The last move was knight c8 h4, as g5 pawn was hanging. Now c5 pawn is hanging, knight d6, c4 pawn was hanging. That's why white played bishop e2. And now it's very interesting how Geladze gonna continue playing there. I think it's even possible to sacrifice that pawn on c5 in case. But pawn structure, yes. There is a problem for pawn structure for black. Let's see how they're going to continue. Nothing much changed here also. Now let's go to the open section. And then we're going to do the break, the short break. So on the first board, Uskov continues his attack there. Okay. Technically, the position seems like winning already, because the h7 pawn is like a beast there, very strong. Also, the black king is dancing in the center and has troubles. It's not safe at all. So I think, yes, that's very close to winning position. As you know, the first board there is almost 2400 guy, Uskov Artyom, and he is one of the favorites in the tournament. So also very interesting game with Movahetsina. So this is a game where he just sacrificed the pawn to activate his bishop. Nice. That's actually nice. So with sacrificing that pawn, he made the opponent's dark square bishop on e3 be stuck there and be weak and activate his bishop. So this is a compensation. How much compensation is it? We're gonna see it later, but it is definitely full compensation for the pawn. Let's go to the next game. Next game is Mamedov against Stichter. Oh, that about 15 minutes passed and no moves was played there. Let's go to the next game. Tolmashevs against Dotzer Lucas. Here also almost the same position. Ahmad Hagan already lost against Arakelian, that we know. Let's go to the next games. We have here Janukshan, correct, against Ray Martinez. Yeah, only one move done. Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, that's quite interesting. board. Yes, well, we are talking about this position quite much, that the white was active, very active from the beginning. So let's see the couple last moves, what happened there. After d3, h5 is hanging. Black queen c7 attack the knight. White protect. Now, as I told you, h5 is hanging and it is trapping the bishop. So black played c5. On the same time, they create the threat connected to d4. They want to push d4 and do the fork. So white just ignore it and they played h5. They trap the bishop. They trap the bishop. I think that's the only move to play d4 with black. Yes, otherwise they will be just piece down. But in that case, they have some troubles. They have some troubles for sure. Yes, it seems like whites are getting advantage here because after queen e2, take on c3, take on g6, blacks are in trouble. Now the h-pawn is pinned, and on bishop takes e5, it's even possible to take on h7. Okay, that anyway, it will be the very interesting game, and let's see in the end. So sorry, this is a moment in the game for now. Let's see what the black will play here. We are going on a short break now, and we'll be back soon. We'll be back soon, and see you in a couple minutes.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello one more time, dear chess friends. We continue from Batumi World Youth Championship under 8, 10, 12 Open and the girls section. We have some results already and we continue broadcasting the live games. So let's start with the Open section under 12. Here we have already some results on the top boards. This is a board number 1. As I already told you, one of the favorite players of the tournament, Uskov Artyom, is on the board number 1 and he already celebrated his victory against Torosyan Volodya with the white. This is a final position where the black resigned. Let's go to the next board. Next board we have Marine Moy against Movahed Sina. Movahed sacrificed the pawn couple moves ago. I just want to show it to you. That was the moment where the black played d4. They just sacrificed that pawn to activate the light square bishop and to make the opponent's dark square bishop out of service, we can say like that, to make it passive on e3 as it is tucked in his own pawns. So later was bishop d5, f5. f5 is a very nice counterplay that the white are doing. It is just necessary for them. It's attacking the king side and on the same time opening up the dark square bishop on e3. That is quite good decision from Marine Moy Raichova. So later it was rook b8, f6, g6. Okay. This is a position. This is a position. Okay, black still have the compensation for the pawn, but the position is quite complicated. The position is quite complicated. Let's go to the next board, number 3, where the Mamedov Edgar with white, one of the favorite players, also playing with white against Tichter Konstantin Paul. We have this position which is slightly better for white. Nothing much changed from the last time we saw this game. Let's go to the next game. We have Tolmasevs against Dr. Lucas. Unfortunately, here we have the same position as before, so maybe here we have some issues with broadcasting this game. Let's go to the next one. Here it's already done. Arakelian with the black won against Ahmad Khagan. Next game, here we have Kabinazar against Delgir Dalai. Yes, as I told you before, I have to repeat now also, black has no problems at all. More, they can start create some threats and issues to white's position as the knight goes on c4 and the c4 square will be quite strong. A lot of moves was played here in a row. So let's take a look move by move what happened there after knight a5. After knight a5 it was rook fc1. Rook takes c3, rook takes c3, knight c4, knight d2, take on e3, interesting decision, take on e3, take, and e5. Yes. Now if the white captures on e5, there could be bishop takes e5 and the rook on c3 and the pawn on h2 is hanging on the same time. And if white does not capture on e5, then what to do? Maybe knight f3. Yes, whites are in trouble. Whites are in trouble. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Ilinka Felix against Khajatuli Alihan. The blacks are using the A file very well. They are using the A file, but will it be enough to create any advantage? That's another question. I think it will be very difficult, but of course the blacks position is now much better than it was before, so they are not risking anything. Now the question is, the white gonna protect their position or not? Let's go to the next game, where we have here Janukshan against Ray Martinez. Another complicated position. Quite unclear. Let's go to the next one. Here we have Nurgaliev against Weerasekara. Quite interesting position. Let's see what happened on the last moves. After f4 it was c5, h5, d4 as we are saying that, queen e2, take on c3, take on c3. I'm not sure about take on c3. Maybe it was better here to capture on g6. The black capture on e5 and maybe capture on h7 like this. So black could capture on b2. Oh, maybe nothing special happening here. Yes, that's quite good for black. Yes, so that's why Nurgaliev made that decision. He did h5, d4, queen e2, take on c3, take on c3, bishop f5 seems well. Take on f5, take on f5. This is the position we have. Quite unclear position, what to say. The position is quite unclear. Bishop f5 was a very good move for black. Okay, let's go to the girls section. Under 12. Here we have Margad against Preobrazhenskaya, where Preobrazhenskaya created the troubles. The last move is very nice. She captured on c2. She captured on c2. Of course, she does not want to trade the queen, so the question, okay, the point is that white could not capture on a5 because of the simple rook c1 checkmate. They could not do like that. So the checkmate is hanging there. Seems like something like bishop e2, yeah, because there is no bishop d3 because of queen c3 checkmate. The c1 knight is also hanging, and the knight could not go anywhere like this because in that case queen is hanging. So white has to play something like bishop e2, and even queen c7 makes sense here. Okay, definitely black has the initiative, and let's see if it will be enough for them to win the game. Let's go to the next game, where we have Ismailova Hanim against Sordia Marta, where Ismailova is just 2 pawns up, which is completely enough to win the game. Let's go to the next game, where we have Shimanskaya Tatiana against Kaliahmet Elnaz. Let's take a look at the last moves that happened here. Yes, so we are talking that it is quite strategical position, but the opponents decided here to make it tactical, and a lot of tactics started here. Queen e2, take, bishop f6, take there, queen g4, and take on h6. Take on b2, rook b1. This is a position. Seems like quite interesting. Couple moves in a row happened also. The pawns are strong. The pawns are strong, but white has some initiative connected to the weak king. The position is quite complicated. Okay, let's see what's going to be there later. Let's go to the next game. The next game is Aravind Dakshan against Semenova, where Semenova is just pawn up. It is black to move. She is pawn up. The absolutely technical position. It depends if Semenova going to have the enough techniques just to win this game with the pawn up. Of course, white has no compensation for that pawn. They are just pawn down. And the next game between two Georgians, we have here Koguashvili Tekla against Mgiladze Kesaria. Where Mgiladze for now is 2 pawns up, but it is white to move. The last move was like this. Rook takes h4. White played rook a1. Knight b7, so c7 pawn is hanging that the white can capture anytime, but anyway they will be pawn down. So the black has a very good chance to win the game. The next position, we have Yusefian with white against Silva Juliana. That was a very interesting game. If you remember, we started from here. Let's see how it went there, what happened there. In the position where we were saying that the white got the advantage connected to that e6 pawn. They went to the rook's endgame, which was not the best option for white to go to the rook's endgame, but they are pawn up, so that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. This is the final position we are having now. A pawn is a good counterplay. Of course, it is a good counterplay. Yes. Too much things to calculate. Too much things to calculate. But I don't think that the black has to lose this game. The white, they missed their advantage, at least a big part of the advantage. So let's see. Let's see. Until that, let's go to the last game here under 12 goals. We have Ratnaya against Goryachkina, Oksana. So what the Goryachkina did is she blocked the opponent's pawn range on the queen side. That's a very good option for them. Black has a very strong knight on c5, and they have no problem. Why? Black has no problem. Black has no problem. Later, if I trade the rooks and put my king on d6, I could even think to win the game. And also we have to pay our attention that the pawn on a6 is a weakness. All the time will be the weakness that my knight could attack it. So I think black has the better chances here. Let's go to the next game. Actually, this is the last game. Garcia against Mateva. Because of the pawn structure, black's position is slightly better, we can say like that. Let's go to the open section under 10. On the first board we have a checkmate here. Mendes beat Bediovkin with black. On the second board the game is also over. White won, where Smirnov beat Mamikonian and Artyom. On the board number 3, Ritesh against Liu Patrick. Here Liu Patrick won, I mean black won. They were just pawn up and they won in the end game. So most of the top players ended up their games in open section under 10. This is the final position of Golis Victor against Bundan Edward on the board number 4. Here Golis Victor won the game with a white. On the next board we have the game in progress. Here is Amanov Assad against Abtsatar Alisher, where Alisher is 2 pawns up and he's 2 pawns up for the last 10-15 moves. Actually he's 3 pawns up already, so the position is of course completely winning. I'm sure black won with black gonna win this game. Next game we have the result here. Guo beat Suleimanov. And the last one we have here is Novodvorsky against Vivan, which is in progress. And quite interesting game. Whites are pawn up. Yes, and seems like technically winning. Let's go to the girls under 10. We have girls under 10 here. On the first board we have Lee Iris against Grigalashvili Mariam. I remember that the position was not so good for black, but now it is equal, so I want to double check what happened in this game. So this was the position with the poor dark squares. Trading the queens is not bad at all. Okay, maybe here it was better to capture with the pawn. As we are going to the end game, maybe it will be much better to capture with the pawn later to create the passed pawn on the H file. Instead of that, Lee Iris decide to capture with the king. Seems like black protect everything. Yes. Blacks are just waiting. Okay, slightly better of course because of the protected passed pawn that the white has. It has to be slightly better. So let's see how they're gonna continue. Okay, white has some chances still to win the game. Let's go to the board number 2. On the board number 2 we have Sabir Bekovaijan against Basari. With still 3 pieces on the board, but the white's pieces are kind of stacked already. They are kind of stacked, mostly the knight on b1. Black has initiative, so it compensates the fact that the opponent has that the white has 3 pieces for the queen. So that will be the complicated game. Yes, we said that it will be the long game, but on the same time it will be the complicated game. On the next board we have Fang Arabella that won the game against Maliush Alisa. This is the final position with the checkmate on the board. Yeah, very nice position. On the next board we have Hikmat Honova against Venskaya. It is white to move, of course. Yes, so the king side for white is quite weak. The pawn structure is bad, so black has much better chances here, so seems like Venskaya has the advantage. On the next board we have the result where Mirzahani won against Gar Sofia. And the last one we have there is Torun against Artamonova, with the good pawn structure and with the problems with the king also for Artamonova, so whites are better. And let's take a look at open section under 8. Here we had a lot of results. So on the first board, Geoffria won against Federica Svitis. On the second board, we have the game in progress, where Larry Mark is playing against Arush Batula, where Larry has a very big advantage because of the space, because of the weak bishop, dark square bishop that the black has. Of course, it will not be easy to win the game, but definitely it is like only white is playing to win the game, as they have a very solid advantage here. Let's go to the next game. Board number 3, we have a result here. Khaled Al-Jamaat with black, with white lost against Shokjiev Roman. The next board is coming here, is also checkmate on the board. Anna Puredi beat Koyunoglu Omer. And the last thing we have here also ended up. Xia Joshua with black beat Chigvinadze Robert. Now let's take a look at the section girls under 8, where we have quite much results already. Here Diao Sujia won against Fong Livia. On the second board, Sivanandan with the black beat Georgobiani Lili. On the third board, Veselo against Gorechka. Veselo won the game with a lot of extra materials on the board. Let's go to the next one. Handler against Milner. Here also Handler won. So all top boards ended up their game. Here the white Charvi won against Iminova. Yes, so we have all top results here under 8 girls. So I will move again to boys section, open section under 12. I will start from the end, with the board number 9, which was quite interesting game. Sorry, I will start with board number 10. Here we have Stranfeld with white against Besso Hussein. The position is quite interesting, as the white's pieces are staying, all of them are staying on the 4th rank, and they are staying quite well. So their pieces are more active, so they are okay here, but obviously position has to be equal on the board number 9. The board number 9. Interesting things are happening here. Last time we stopped in this moment. And with the white, Nurgaliev against Wera Sekara. Nurgaliev played king d1. He has to make the king safer. That's a very interesting decision. Knight f6, h6, g5, and just b2. G takes f4. So the knight is hanging now on e5. The knight is hanging on e5. On bishop d2, I think it will be rook e8 there, with a very unpleasant pin. So after g takes f4, it's interesting what else could white do there, because in case of knight f3 there will be very unpleasant rook e8 also, and then knight g4 is also coming. Yes, let's see what's gonna happen in this position. This is quite complicated game. here the favorite side was white and they have some difficulties, that's for sure. On the board number 8 we have Januk Shan against Ray Martinez. And white not attacking anything, they have some space on the queen side, which is kind of compensating that fact, but also that space needs the attention as it could be hanging later. Actually, I prefer the position for black here as they have no problems with anything and the whites are not attacking anything, and on the same time white has a isolated pawn on d4 which will be weaker and weaker after every trading. Let's go to the next board, board number 7, where we have Ilinka against Khajatuli. Ilinka reacts very well that he start trading the pawns on the queen side. The position goes to very equal, I think so. On the next board number 6 we have Kabinazar against Delgar Dalai. Whites are definitely in trouble. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Ahmad Hagan against Arakelian. The game was over here. Black won. Next board we have Tolmasevs against Dotzer. It is in progress. It is black to move. It's black to move, and the position is super complicated. Let's see what's gonna be there. It is quite complicated, unclear position. Difficult to say anything there for sure. The next we have Mamedov Edgar on the board number 3 against Stichter. The last move was played Queen c7. Let's take a look at last moves. So it was like that, as we were saying white's position was better, and that it seems like they gained the pawn there, yes, on b7. And now they are just pawn up. With the perfect chances to win the game. Let's take a look at game number 2, where Movahed Sina was playing with black. So it seems like a lot of things happened here already. Sina sacrificed the second pawn also. As we know, he already sacrificed the 1, and later he sacrificed the second pawn. So it's very interesting. Does he have the full compensation for that? We understand that the white king is quite weak. It is black to move. But if the white will play bishop g2 and trade the light square bishops, it will not be any more danger on the king side. So it is quite decisive moment now. What the black will decide to play. Too much pawns missing, and it's very dangerous. If it will not be something very aggressive, then they will be just 2 pawns down. So a lot of moves comes together here on the same time. So just take a look. It was rook f3. We stopped here after queen d2. So in the game was queen f5, bishop g2, rook d3, queen f2, take. So that active play is giving the results all the time. Seems like blacks are gaining the material here, as if the white will capture on f5, then the black will capture on f5, and after king takes g2 there is rook takes d4. Or if the king takes g2 immediately, then it will be queen d5 check and then take on d4. So seems like Sina is gaining the material there. So he did what was requested, to be very active. Let's go to the first board that is already finished. Yes, Uskov already won the game. Now let's review the girls action under 12. The first board was very interesting. And it's already over. Yes, we stopped. Where did we stop? I will just tell you. We stopped here. Rook c2, bishop c4, and black resigned. So they did bishop c4 and they resigned. Interesting. Very interesting. They didn't wait for the black's move. So this is a game between Margat and Preobrazhenskaya. So Margat played bishop c4 and on the same time she resigned. I understand that their position is very bad, but was it necessary to resign? Okay, what I see here, what's actually hanging? So what is possible is just take on b5, take on e4. The rook is hanging, and if the rook goes somewhere, their knight goes on c3, but it's not like done, it's not like over already. So what else I see here is knight takes c4. Now queen could not take on a5 because the black will be just piece up. So they have to capture on c4. And here queen d2. Whites are in the very big trouble, as queen d4 is also hanging and rook c1 is hanging. So okay, they are in the very big trouble, that's for true. Anyway, white resigned in this position. Let's go to the board number 2, where Ismailova is already done and she won the game against Sordia Marta. The next on the board number 3, we have a fight. We have a very complicated fight, but from the last moment we saw that the opponents trade the rook. This is very good for black, as less piece will be on the board. Those pawns in the center and the mostly passed pawn on d file will be more powerful for sure. So I think that the black has very good chances to win this game. This is a game between Shimanskaya against Kaliahmet Elnaz. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Aravindakshan against Semenova, where Semenova is just, she was actually pawn up. And Aravind Shakan offers a very interesting move. Knight d5 was the last move. So the point is that black could not capture that knight because of simple check, king h7 and queen e4 check. And when the king goes back or any other moves like g6, then the white just captures on d5. And they're gonna be winning instead of losing. So after knight d5, the queen is hanging. The queen has to go somewhere on a good position. That the knight on a5 is also hanging. Oh, so Aravindakshan is creating a very good chances. Let's see what's gonna be there. She's fighting till the end. On the next board we have Georgians here, as you know. Here is Koguashvili against Mgeladze. Last move was knight e4 that black did. The pawn structure for white is not so good. They are pawn down, but they have a very strong pawn on d5. But still, the king is also weak, and I think the black has a better chances here. So Geladze has a better chances. Let's go to the next game. Next game was Yusefian against Silva, where the white won. the nice pawns on g7 and h7. Next game is Rathnayake against Goryachkina. Oh, actually happened what we were talking about. They trade the rooks and the black get the king on d6. On the same time, they won the piece. So, of course, blacks are completely winning here. Next, we have Garcia Rodriguez with white against Mateva Yana. The queen gone. There is no black queen anymore on the board, so it seems like they blunder it somewhere. So let's take a look. Here was queen on the board, knight e4, queen e1, rook c8, c3, queen b2, f5. Oh, sorry, I don't understand. So maybe it was touch play. Yes, maybe black just touched the e2 knight and they were forced to capture. Oh, sorry, knight g3. I just mentioned knight g3. Knight g3 check is hanging, sorry. So queen e2, knight g3. Ah, sorry, this is black to move. Pardon me, I just was confused. Maybe it is white to move. So it is black to move. Of course, they will play knight g3. So everything is okay with the black's position. More, they're gonna be piece up. So that was a blunder, but it was a blunder from the white side that they played here f5. Yes, so actually that's excellent for black. I just thought that it was opposite, as I thought that was the white to move in this position, but it is black to move, and of course they will play knight g3 check, and they will be just piece up. So it seems like Mateva Yana gonna win this game. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Enhuanga against Shubhi. Yes, that's correct. Shubhi Gupta. Blacks are 2 pawns up. They are 2 pawns up, and of course the position gonna be winning. Let's take a look one more time to the section open under 12. As in other sections, most of the top players already end up the game. So let's take a look what's going on here. So we know that the first board Uskov won. On the second board, as I was saying, black got the material advantage, and the position has to be winning. Of course, they are just piece up. So Movahetsina is actually winning with black against Mrinmoy Raikova. On the third board, Mamedov Edgar was pawn up. Now he's 2 pawns up, so he's also winning. Seems like the favorite guys are winning the game. So on the board number 4, we have Tolma Sevs against Dotzer here. The advantage has the the rating advantage in the rating point. Points has black, but the position is quite complicated. The last move was e5, and seems like white has to give the dark square bishop. After that, it will not be so complicated. At least for black, it's going to be advantage for them, as the dark squares will be very weak for white, and the king will be too unsafe there. So it seems like the black has a very good chances to win this game. On the next board, we have the result already, where Ara Kelian with black beat Ahmad Khagan. Let's continue, and then next we also have the result here. Delgar Dalai beat with black Kabinazar. The next board, Ilinka against Khajatuli. Oh, nice position. Nice position for techniques, where it will be less chances to win the game, but still pawn up. Black has to survive, but let's see how they're gonna fight there. Next board. We have this position on on progress, but it does not seem to me to be in progress as the blacks are winning. Yes, because on queen f2 there will be just rook d2 with the game over, and if there will be king e3, there will be queen d2 also. Okay, it's interesting what happened in this game on the last moves. So bishop f4 was played, as I was saying here. Bishop f4 was played. So starting from here, h6 does not seem to me a good move, because it's giving g5 to black, and after that the knight on e5 is unprotected. Knight e4, another interesting move. Oh yeah, that's actually blacks are playing very well. Blacks are playing very well this game. Check. Bishop d2. Oh. Blacks played a very good game here. We could not say that the rating favorite was the white in this game. Black played very well. Queen h2, queen f2, take. Yes, and it's time to resign. Actually, it's time to resign. Okay, let's go to the girls section. Here we already have the result. So we did not have them. Yes, we have a result here. Here the black won. It means Preobrazhenskaya won against Margad. This is Ismailova won. This game is in progress and it will be a long game, so the other boards we already saw. Let's go to the open section under 10. Here we have the results also on the top boards. So let's go to under 10 girls. Lee Iris against Grigalashvili. That was a very interesting game, and the white created the troubles. They create very big troubles. Let's see if they will do till the end and win the game there. Let's see. On the next board, Sabirbekova against Basari. Basari won with the black. Next we have Fang, which is also over. Next game we have Venskaya won with the black. Yes, let's go to the next game. Here white won. This is Berikuzu against Sisko Evangelina. Here it seems that the white could not capture on d2, and if they could not capture on d2, it means that the position is just winning. So here the black gonna win this game. Okay, so in the sections under 8 girls open, under 10 girls and open, most of the games are over, so I will pay more attention on the section girls under 12, where the first board is over that we already saw. Second board is over. Yes, most of the top games are over. Here the board number 3 is in progress, and this is quite interesting position. And in open section, we have first board over and second and third in progress. So second, here we have Vovahetsina with a piece up, and we have Mamedov Edgar with the 2 pawns up. Okay, dear chess friends, here we will do the short break again, and we'll be back shortly with the final the results, we can say like that, as we will be together there without the breaks till the end, and we're gonna see the final results there, and we'll summarize the today's day. So see you shortly.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში ფიდეს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
ფიდეს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო.
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.
Hello once again, we are back from Batumi World Youth Championship under 8, 10 and 12 open section and the girls section. The games are, some of them are in progress, most of them on the top boards are already over. So I am Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili. I'll be with you for the next 11 days and I want to announce one information about tomorrow, one notice and say that at 4 p.m. local time, so it means after 1 hour that the games will start, we're gonna have the special guest, the legend of the women chess, Miss Susan Polgar. So it will be very nice to have a time with her. Now let's continue reviewing the games. Let's start with the section under 12 open section. I mean, okay, so we have the result. I just want to remind you that we already have the result on the first board where the Uskov won against Torosian. On the second board, Sina move ahead after sacrificing 2 pawns during the game and being very active. He celebrated the victory and he won against Marine Moy. On the third board, as I remember, we have the game in progress. Yes, that's Mamedov Edgar playing against teacher Konstantin, where the Mamedov is with the rook up. Of course, the position is winning. On the next board, number 4, we have a result already here. Black won. So Dotzer with black won against Tolmasevs. Let's go to the next board. Here we have Ahmad Hagan. We know the result already. Here Arakelian Manuel won with the black. On the next board we already have the result where Kabinazar lost against Delgar Dalai. Black won. Next game we have Ilinka against Hajatuli. Okay, what kind of position do we have here? Interesting moment. Now rook g8 does not make any big sense because black can just capture on f3, white captures and after e4 it will be just a draw. Let's take a look if white can be a little bit tricky and instead of rook g8, for example, if they play king f2, that makes more sense, but in this case after bishop c4 black could not attack the g-pawn, so the position is very close to draw. Let's see if white could create some troubles there. Obviously it has to be draw. On the next board we have Janukshan against Ray Martinez. So Ray Martinez is still 2 pawns up, but with some troubles about the b7 pawn, but he can be also active and attack the f2 pawn with the rook d2. The position has to be winning for black. Let's take a look at the the next game here. Black won. Let's go to the Gulf section, take a look at them. Here we have on the first board we have already the result. The black won, Preobrazhenskaya won against Margad. On the second board, Ismailova beat Sordia with the white. On the third board, we have 0-1 result. Kali Ahmed with the black won Shimanskaya Tatiana. It was not so clear here that blacks were so simply winning. Let's see what happened. Queen e6, queen f7, queen g4, bishop g5. Yes, that's tactic. That's a blunder that the white could not capture on g5 because of simple queen f2, king h1, queen f1, take on f1, and take on f1 checkmate. So this is what the white blundered after that, and they are in a big trouble as f2 pawn is hanging. So they were forced to protect that pawn, what else to do, and they just lost the piece after what the position is just losing, and they shortly resigned here. Let's take a look at the next game where Aravind Dakshan is playing with white against Semenova. So Semenova is already winning the game. Yes, it seems like the white gonna resign soon. Let's go to the board where the Georgians are playing. They were playing, they ended up the game. So Mgeladze Kesaria won the game. We were talking much about this game where the blacks were very active and aggressive on the king side and had good chances, and they used the chances. Here Yusefian with a white won against Silva, and Goryachkina on the next board with black beat Ratanyake. Okay, let's go to the open section under 10. Here the first board ended up the game. We already knew this result where the black won, Mendes won. On the next board we have Smirnov won against Mamikonian. The next board Ritesh lost against Liu Patrick. So here almost all games. Yes, the next game also over. So under 8 open section, mostly the games are over. In the girls section under 10, Lee Iris on the first board finally won this game. Let's take a look at the last part. It is very interesting what happened. So she played very well the end game, rook's end game. She played very well, and she just gained the rook here and later won the game. So Lee Iris beat Grigalashvili Mariam. On the next board, Sabir Bekova lost against Basari. Fang Arabella against Maliush Alisa won with the checkmate on the board. Next board, Hikmat Honova Mohinur with the white lost against Venskaya. So let's take a look at the result in open section under 8. Here all the games are over that you can see, and the girls section also the games are over. So we can go to the section under 12 as only there the games are in progress. So let's take a look at the board number 3 where Mamedov was still playing. I think the game was over there also. Yes, black resigned. What else do we have here? Board number 4 also over. Board number 5 over. Board number 6 over. And we have only board number 7 in progress. Yes, okay, as the king goes to f7, now white could not attack the black's pawn, so the game is totally equal, so it will be the draw. It will be the draw. And just a second, I will double check the girls section. In the girls section, yes, the girls section under 12, we have all the results here on the top boards. All top boards are done. Okay, so this is what we had for today. It's a first day, and I believe on the next days we have more decisive game, more interesting game, where the strong players gonna play between each other. And until I say goodbye, I want one more time to remind you that tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time we're gonna have the special guest, the legend of the women world chess, the Miss Susan Polgar. Thank you for watching us, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
ბათუმი 15-28 სექტემბერი სოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ჭადრაკში FIDE-ს ყველაზე პრესტიჟული ღონისძიება მოზარდთა შორის სოფლიოს 69 ქვეყნის ნიჭიერი და წარმატებული 783 მოჭადრაკე აზიის, ამერიკის, აფრიკის და ევროპის კონტინენტებიდან ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში გახდი საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში
ხარული ვარ რომ წელს ბათუმი მასპინძლობს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს მოზარდთა შორის მინდა მივესალმო თითოეულ მონაწილეს და წარმატებები უსურვო
FIDE-ს სახელით მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატის ყველა მონაწილეს ვუსურვებ წარმატებას.